Testing, 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 testing. We're just seeing if this testing, 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 testing. Can you hear me? Testing. Can you hear me, Reese? Can you hear me? Okay.
Pecatué, pessoal. Boa tarde. A gente vai começar a nossa mesa agora. As vozes
We're
indígenas na
going to start our roundtable today, Indigenous Voices in the Defense of the Amazon, Strategies of Mobilization and Communication and the Protection of the Territories. This roundtable is a partnership of COIAB, Nossas, and Avaz. I am Kamoyaku Kamaya. I am representing Nossas. We're going to have a conversation on the strategies of mobilization that the organizations have. As well as Nossas and VAS, we work with activism and mobilization, but the indigenous peoples have this very naturally. The organizations have been very active in the public policies for the indigenous peoples. In this roundtable, we're going to have the participation of APIB with Kleber Caripuna, Anmiga through Paulina Baniwa, CITA with Auricélia Arapiuns, COIAB with Cari Guajajara. And first of all, I would like to pass the floor to APIB so that we can get to know what APIB has been doing with their communication and mobilization strategies for the protection of the indigenous territories, since we have been having some scary scenarios lately. Good morning, Kayana. Good afternoon, everyone. If you don't know me, I'm Kleber Caripuna. I am one of the executive coordinators of APIB, the Articulation of the Indigenous Peoples of Brazil. If you don't know it, APIB is made up of 7 great organizations, 7 major organizations. One of them is COIAB. COIAB is the coordination of the organizations, indigenous organizations of the Amazon. All of the regions in the state of Amapá, in the border with the French Guiana. I have been living in Brasilia for the last 3 to 4 years because of the struggle and the advocacy of the indigenous people in the national Amazon with the indigenous organizations that compose APIB in all of the regions. If you don't know it, I'm going to mention these organizations: APOIME in the region of the Brazilian Northeast, Minas Gerais and Espírito Santo, API Southeast that articulates the indigenous peoples in the north, in the southeast of Brazil, especially in Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo, API Sul that articulates the movements in the south of Brazil, Rio Grande do Sul, Paraná, and Santa Catarina, the Terena Council of the Terena people in Mato Grosso do Sul, and Atiguaçu, also in the region of Mato Grosso do Sul, especially for the Guarani Kaiowá people, and the Guarani Commission of the Guarani Andeva and Guarani Apibiá peoples. So these 7 commissions, they are part of APIB that represent the strength of the articulation of the indigenous people in an international and national level, working on the defense of the indigenous rights, especially the main agendas that defend our rights regarding the territorial issues that has been suffering lots of attacks in the last few years. We had a total stagnation in the process of demarcation of indigenous lands since 2016, and we are now fighting with this new context of Brazil in terms of government, bringing a debate of the indigenous movement inside this new government with this urgent need of resuming this demarcation of the indigenous land. With the regional organizations that are part of APIB, we have strongly, in the context of the Brazilian parliament, in the mobilizations, we have been struggling to guarantee these rights. It's not easy in this parliament that we're having nowadays. As many of you know, the parliament is more reactionary than ever. And you know how much we have to reinvent ourselves and be very resilient as an indigenous movement and as leaders to work in a context of a parliament that is completely anti-indigenous, especially coming from the ruralist group, the agro-business group. We have some alliances in the parliament, and we are having some strong work inside the parliament to guarantee that we at least can bring positive agendas to this debate. I think this is a time to mobilize our movement. We are trying today to have this debate to resist these anti-indigenous actions and also bring positive agendas that we can take to the Congress. This is the case, for example, of the Bill of Law established in the mandate of the former Representative Joana Pechania. This is moving forward in the House of Representatives initially, and this is something that we are trying to potentialize to bring light to these propositional legislations, as well as other bills of law on sanitation agents, the environmental agents that have to work inside the parliament. And we also have to look, as I said, at the current government scenario. Look at these big agendas that are in there, especially since the transition of the government. In 2022, the indigenous movement went to the streets, went to the ballots to try to help changing the scenario that we were having in Brazil, especially in the last 4 years. And with most of the population of Brazil, we could change the government, but we know that the challenge is huge. We couldn't change the scenario completely. We live a very positive scenario now in terms of participation, much better than we had. In 2022, we had the Terra Livre camp, and we tried to change the scenario of the elections. APIB launched an indigenous campaign at that time, which is a mobilization maneuver to add more legitimate representation in the Brazilian parliament, not only in the parliament, but also in the other power structures, also in the executive power, and at the federal, municipal, and state levels. And for 2026, we have to advocate more strongly, because we're talking about a historical moment in the country. We have to join our brothers from the Quilombola movement, the rural landless movement, the Black movement, to increase our progressive strength in the parliament. I usually say that we have always had a representation of 1 or 2 indigenous parliament members. If we are able to vote 10 indigenous parliament members connected to the movement with the non-indigenous parliament members that are allied to us, we are able to make a lot of noise in this debate, and we are able to have a more proactive indigenous movement in the Congress to make our agendas advance. And likewise, the debate inside the current federal government. We know that Lula is trying to build a composition to establish his government. There are people inside the federal government taking over ministries with positions that are contrary to the indigenous peoples. So it's very important for us to remain strong in the struggle with the federal government. And the indigenous movement has been taking this protagonism in all spaces of power. And I will finish by bringing our perspective of how we're going to take our struggle ahead. As I said, next year we're going to have the municipal elections. We're going to focus on that. And we're also focusing on 2026. We're going to have next year our 20th Terra Livre Camp. This has become one of the biggest indigenous mobilizations in the world. It's going to be our 20th anniversary. And we're bringing to this camp the importance of continuing this resistance struggle. The government changed, but we are aware that we have to be strong in the trenches of the fight to help the federal government to rule in this context that we have with the extreme right that is in the power structures in the country. I think this is a still long path that we have ahead of us in our advocating structures. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kleber. Your speech was very important. Thank you for shedding the light on this political structure of Brazil. Even though we have a more progressive government in the legislative, we have a very big struggle regarding the setbacks that are being approached every day. APIB has this very important role of facing those setbacks. Along those lines, I would like to hear from Amiga that works on the articulation of the indigenous women. I would like to hear from you, Braulina, what Amiga has done in terms of facing the struggles of indigenous women. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone who is here in this room. It's a small room. It could have been bigger. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for inviting us to this panel, and also thank you for bringing the voices of our ancestors from the 6 biomes of Brazil. My name is Braulina. I am from the Bauniwa people. I am from the Negro River, and I am the current executive director of our articulation, Amiga. And we have challenged ourselves to echo the voices of women in different spaces. Talking about articulation is talking about the voices of women that leave their territories to the political front of struggle in defense of their bodies/territories. Bringing this agenda of bodies territories is saying that there is emergent needs to think about the protection of these territories, not only in terms of demarcation, but also in the process of reforestation of the Brazilian society to respect our bodies and rights as indigenous peoples. We just left the third march of the indigenous women that gathered 8,000 women of the 6 biomes in Brazil. This shows our strength, our dialogue beyond the institutional spaces and inside the territories. As soon as we named our articulation, we thought about also an articulation within our territories, leaving the stages and microphones and listening to women inside their territories. That is why we started our journey as a caravan that went to different states and different territories to build the political proposal of defense against all kinds of violence that impacts and violates the body territory of women. So our articulation challenges itself to build collectively from the territories to the world. When we bring the word of ancestrality, we want to appreciate our grandmothers who were in this space, but they didn't have an opportunity to have a voice because speaking Portuguese is difficult. So Portuguese is a second language for us indigenous women, and to get to this place of speech is a process that strengthens us with our midwives, with our healers who are there inside the territory, who are praying for each one of us. Our families are taking care of us in a spiritual way for us to be here. And also thinking about this protection of the body territory is thinking about the mental and spiritual quality of the women who have to absent from our children to be in this political place of struggle in defense of the indigenous women's voices. We are able to get to the government with our group with specific training for women, and now we are in different places. We are in this challenge to form new leaderships in this mobilization so that they can also feel the need and the will to occupy those spaces, so that they want to be executives of a PIB, coordinators of COIAB, coordinators of SIPA and Amiga. So this is our process. Our political basis is built by our mothers and by our grandmothers. And with our aunts and uncles, this process has developed in an unprecedented and a horizontal manner. Women need to occupy the space more and more, so our agenda is remembered. And in the space of discussion of climate justice, we have the presence of indigenous women. Talking about this climate justice is talking about the impact that this body territory has suffered in this territory, in these territories. We have suffered droughts, floods, and our children, our girls are the ones who suffer with that. So increasingly, we have to be more articulated and mobilized to defend these bodies' territories. And as Klebe Famapib said, this process also our biggest enemy. So this is a reflection for us to support the women in the next elections so that we can have an indigenous summary, an indigenous group. We can strengthen the fourth power, which is the indigenous power. This is the challenge that we have been defending to echo our voices in different places. And we're here doing this. It's not enough to be there only with our bodies, but we have to think about those who are left in our territories, protecting us spiritually from afar so that we can occupy this space, which is not our territory. I was telling one of my relatives that I am dying to go back to Brazil, but there is this need to be here to talk about the adversities that we have been facing in our territories. So our articulation has to be there. We have to be in our territories, and as water women, we have to be in the international spaces for women to be remembered. We have suffered lots of violence with our body territories, not only the violence of contamination with mercury in the bodies of women and girls, but also deforestation and agribusiness have killed us and violated our bodies. That is why we are here in this process of articulation and mobilization. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Braulina. Muito importante essa fala, né? Porque a
Thank you
gente
very much, Braulina. This speech is very important because we as Indigenous people already suffer constant violence, but for women to be in this space is also a bigger challenge. It's a more complex and harder challenge. So we leave this context now and we look back at the Amazon and we see Koyazan has placed itself in this struggle. We have suffered this for real in our daily life, as Braulina said herself about the Amazon, with the wildfires, with the invasion of territories, among many others. We would like to hear about the strategy that COIAB has developed in the Amazon. Please. Good afternoon, everyone. And good morning for those who are following us from Brazil. If you don't know me, my name is Agonilso Carajá. I am from the state of Tocantins in the northern region of Brazil, in the border of Pará. We are close to the Araguaia River, close to the town of São Geraldo. I am the treasurer and coordinator of COIAB. I was elected in the assembly that happened in the Oiapoque last year with our coordinator Toya. And I would like to mention a little bit about our story. I would like to talk about the mobilization and protection of the indigenous territories. I would like to make a small statement about COIAB. COIAB represents the 9 states of the Brazilian Amazon. It was created in '89 to defend the rights of the indigenous peoples in the Brazilian Amazon. At the time, they felt that they didn't have representation in the national scenario. That's why they decided to put together this organization called COIAB. Before I start my speech, I would like to introduce to you, there is a banner over there with the QR code. If you would like to know more about COIAB, our story, our works, you just have to read this QR code and you are directed automatically to our website. Since we are a network organization, we work with 9 state organizations. We represent the 9 states of the Brazilian Amazon, and we work in a network with the 9 regional organizations of each state. So in my states, the state of Tocantins, we have an organization. FEPIPA is the organization of the state of Pará. These are some examples. We have 9 organizations that work as a network. We are the basis of APIB, and we have Caleb here as our coordinator and representative representing COIAB in APIB. He was elected also in the General Assembly of Oiapoque. We follow the mission of APIB with the mobilizations. As he mentioned, we have the occasional mobilizations, the Terra Livre camp. It is already scheduled for next year in April. We have some occasional mobilizations like the March of the Indigenous Women, and In 2023, we intensified our mobilizations with the mobilization against Marco Temporal, which is a law that was passed, which is the milestone thesis. I think communication is paramount nowadays for the mobilization of the indigenous peoples, especially in our base territory. When we started this project was during the pandemic, when the Brazilian government was hiding the information of COVID that came from the territory so that they were not alarming at a national and international level, so that people would know what was happening inside the indigenous territories in terms of COVID. So that was when we created this network of communicators that would communicate what was happening in terms of COVID inside our territories. We would launch reports and we would bring them to our social media, and that was disclosed in the national and international scenario.
A gente teve a nossa formação, né?
Besides the young communicators, we also trained over 200 young leaders among our young adults that were trained regarding climate advocacy. All of those climate change issues, which is the topic here. We also have another project that we work on to potentialize the communication inside the indigenous territories so that it can impact the whole national territory. We have the program Connection with the Forest People. We're trying to implement internet to the whole territory. COIAB is offering internet, especially where we have young communicators, so that we can have quality internet and they can produce quality materials, they can have better quality videos, so that we can use it as a complaint tool related to deforestation and the devastation of the indigenous territories in the Brazilian Amazon. One of the examples that I bring to you of this project of young communicators is the campaign that was carried out regarding the invasion of the indigenous territory. We used data from the young communicators in our campaign against the Apiterewa, the invasion of the Apiterewa territory. Beca Munduruku and Mitanshipaya were some young communicators that complained in their networks about the illegal gold mining that was happening in their territories. That had a great repercussion in their social media and in the national territory. This is one of the tools that we are using a lot, our communication related to mobilization. So some of the projects that I mentioned and some of the examples that I brought here are related to communication and mobilization. We have used them as a positive tool, and we are trying to improve every day so that we can bring quality materials to the social media and we can formalize complaints and bring those complaints to the international scenario so that the world can see what is happening, in fact, what is happening in the indigenous territories regarding climate change, which is caused by deforestation, wildfires, intentional fires. So thank you very much. I am at your availability for questions.
Obrigada, coordenador Avanilson. De fato, a COIAB, ela tem esse papel.
Thank you, Coordinator Avanilson. COIAB has this very important role of mobilizing Amazon and showing the reality of Amazon to the country and to the world, being in the territories and supporting the actions of monitoring, among other actions that are very interesting. So if you want to read the QR code and get to know more, that is very nice. And also they have a campaign called the Standing Amazon, the campaign against the milestone thesis. They are also led by COIAB. It is very interesting in the sense of taking information to those who are in the territories. We see a type of communication that is different to those who live in those territories. And that has added value using the indigenous communicators themselves. It is very nice for us to share that and also say that the indigenous peoples, they are used to being in the mobilization all the time. We are already born trying to survive against all of the attacks and setbacks that we have lived in the last few years. A big loss of public policies that we are now in the process of rebuilding. And now the organizations have this crucial role of doing this job in the territories, reaching where the government cannot get, taking to the world the voices of those who suffer with climate change, impacting our food, impacting our culture, and how we are living. We are now moving to our next speaker with Auricelia, who is representing CITA. She and CITA are doing a great job, and it's very important to mention how media arrives in these places. Tapajós is suffering a lot with the drought, and this is not in the news. So CITA has this very important role, and we would like to hear what CITA is doing in this local reality. Auricelia, please. Good afternoon, relatives. I would like to greet the indigenous communicators and the indigenous lawyers represented by Dr. Kari. They have made considerable changes over there in our territories since the pandemic, where we couldn't access our territories. The indigenous mobilization was strengthened a lot. We do not only give visibility to our struggle, but we also make complaints. That is only possible through communication and through indigenous lawyers that have a key role in defense of our territories and our rights. We started being represented by ourselves, and this is due to the strategy of our leaders. This whole struggle that we had to access the universities and to have degrees in different areas. And this is making a huge difference to the Brazilian indigenous movement. I am Auricelia Arapiu. I am from the state of Pará. I'm from the Tapajós Arapiuns people. I am also part of COIAB. Thank you very much for the space. Coming from Pará and being in this roundtable is very important. Thank you very much for this kind of appreciation. We wouldn't do anything there if it weren't for the support of the other indigenous association that we are a part of, and especially if it weren't for the support of you who are here watching us and who are our partners. You are very important for us. The partnership of the organizations and the supporters are very important for us, for the strengthening of our struggle and the continuation of our struggle. Thank you very much for believing in the indigenous people's struggle. And this is very important, and we have shown this in the national and international scenario. This is the Indigenous Peoples Day here at COP. We are preparing the COP in Brazil. It is going to be in the Amazon, the state of Pará. which is a state that unfortunately has the record of deforestation. It has a lot of hydropower plants. We are discussing here energy transition and climate change, but the Tapajós power plant is still being designed to be built. I am thinking if in 2013 the Tapajós hydropower plant was built, how it would be today in terms of drought in the whole Amazon region. I come from this region. I have some people here in the audience that have followed the struggle and have supported us very much. The great media does not report this, but how have we faced this issue and how do we continuously face this issue? We had the drought of the river, the forest on fire, the difficulty of accessing the villages, the difficulty of having food, basic food, the wells of drinkable water getting dry. There are regions over there that you cannot get if not by plane, and we don't have landing strips. There's no support that we should have. The federal public ministry in the state of Pará recommended over a month for the governor, Helder Barbalho, a crisis committee for the western part of Pará that has suffered a lot with the drought. And till today, we haven't had this articulation. We don't have a proper support from the state government. Today we have a meeting with the governor to see if we can sensitize him. This week, the Tapajós River increased its flow in 20 centimeters. This is a great gain for us. And if all of the situation wasn't enough, our region is a region of a lot of conflict, but a lot of resistance as well. The whole basin of Tapajós is a region of a lot of conflict. We are directly impacted by the illegal gold mining and the pesticides. The House of Representatives just approved what we call the poison package. We are contaminated by pesticides and mercury, but the House of Representatives is going against this whole discussion while the whole world is discussing it. We are highly impacted by the agribusiness with a lot of invasion in our territories and also the lumber exploration that is approved by the state of Pará. There are many ports also to move grains and also illegal gold mining. The Tapajós River is the last river that has no dams in the Amazon River. And this is a constant struggle of all of us for its preservation. Besides, we had very strongly lately, and besides the impact of the fumes of the fires, the slaughterhouses that are invading our territories. There are people who have reservoirs of fish. There are companies that have reservoirs of fish in the river, and many fish died lately in this river. And these dead fish, they started being dragged by the river, and the dead fish contaminated the river lately in the last few days. So it was very difficult to deal with this additional problem besides the fires that are happening in our forests. We're trying to protect our territory ourselves. We have also a few brigades. We have searched for the support of our articulations, our partners. We have people that go to the forest to put out the fires and they don't have any kind of protection. They risk their lives. There's a lot of um, threats. It is a state that has the record in deforestation and also criminalization and killings of human rights defenders and environmental defenders, and there's no policy of the state for their protection. I would also like to draw your attention because we have been building mobilization for the Amazon COP. We have carried out a few events and we had the summit in Belém. So this whole articulation of the indigenous movement is very important and of the other social movements so that the Amazon COP has the face of the Amazon, not only the face, but the participation and the construction. We have already started this in August this year when we had the summit. Our participation was very good, but we still have to improve our articulations and our strategy as an indigenous movement so that we can, in fact, have our COP and also the pre-COP that we are calling it. We're going to have our pre-COP because we are the solution. We are part of the solution that everybody mentions of climate change. But we are past discussing climate change. We are in a climate crisis and we have to be a solution. And the indigenous peoples were always very important in this debate. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, Auricélia. Muito
Thank
importante.
you, Auricélia. It's very important to listen to this context because we have talked a lot about COP30 that is going to happen in Pará. We see very nice speeches as if everything was ready, but to have a COP in the Amazon, we have to include those lives who live in the Amazon, who live in Brazil. We have this role as civil society to be present, to make climate justice because of many setbacks that we have lived. So thank you very much, Auricélia, for your speech. We managed to have a panel in very good time, and I think we can get 2 questions from the audience. If someone in the audience would like to take these final minutes to ask a question, we still have some time. Good afternoon, everyone. Diego Casales from VAZ. Very good to listen to your stories. I had a question. This is a panel about the Amazon strategies and communications. And we're talking about climate emergency. In this year, we had the declaration of the climate emergency in Brazil. The question to you is, how do you see the rest of the climate community, the NGOs, the communication companies? People are noticing that the Amazon emergency is a climate emergency. How do you see the response from the international community?
Então tá bom. Oi, boa tarde, eu sou Luciana, também da VAZ. O que eu queria
Good
perguntar...
afternoon. I'm also from VAZ. My name is Luciana. I would like to ask you today, what are the stories that you miss in the press and that need to be told?
Em relação à pergunta que o Diego traz, acho
About Diego's question, it's of utmost importance last night there was the first draft of the possible agreement of this COP, and we noticed that the world, especially the governments, still did not understand the importance of the indigenous territories and peoples for the global agreement, especially the climate agreement. We have been to several roundtables here at COP, and all of them have mentioned the demarcation of the indigenous lands, the importance of the indigenous people to face the climate crisis as a whole. But I think the governors and the negotiators, the rulers in general, could not bring this to an agreement and could not make this evident. It is not very clear for them what is the commitment that we have in terms of direct finance for indigenous peoples, in terms of governance of participation, not only as beneficiaries of direct finance, but as negotiators, as members in the spaces of governance to be able to channel those processes of debate for the peoples. We made a huge effort. The general indigenous movement made a huge effort. We are in COP with the biggest indigenous delegation in Brazil. We have over 20 leaders, indigenous leaders from the Amazon. With other regions, we have over 60 indigenous people from Brazil in COP. From other regions of the world, we have other indigenous relatives. It is the biggest indigenous delegation in history in a COP. We are in a crucial debate on how we're going to move forward together towards COP30 in Brazil. We intend to have at least 3,000 indigenous people in COP30, but this effort has to be acknowledged by the governments, by the negotiators, and we have to have this commitment taken by the countries. This has to be evidenced in the agreement, and at least from the first draft, that could be the possible agreement of COP, we are still not happy with it. Today, after a demand of the indigenous movement articulated by Minister Sônia Guajajara, we're going to have a talk with the negotiators of Brazil. This is very important. It shows how the Brazilian indigenous movement wants to be part of the negotiation debates. And we're going to this meeting today to show our proposals and to take to negotiators of other countries our demand so that it is shown in the final document. And as a movement, we are in the right path, but we need the rulers to understand that we want to contribute in this process.
Diego, eu entendi que a sua pergunta aqui é relacionada, né? Se a gente
Diego, as I understand, I understood that it is, if we understand that the NGOs are understanding that we are in a climate crisis, the climate crisis does not need to be analyzed through technical data and theories anymore. It is already tangible and visible. What is happening in the Amazon, what is happening in Manaus. Recently, Manaus was covered by a cloud of smoke and dust. People who lived in Manaus and in the region felt that. So the climate crisis is happening so largely that is becoming tangible and visible to the naked eye. So the organizations have supported the advocacy of the indigenous action, especially for the training of the indigenous leaders related to climate crisis. Regarding the question, and we indigenous organizations especially understood that we are in a crisis. Regarding the question about the communication, what is missing for communication? I think the websites and the national websites, the platforms. I'm going to mention all of the journalism platforms like the TV channels, SBT, Rede Globo. They still need high quality materials produced by indigenous people. We don't see this kind of material shown in the news. So when they have news pieces, they send journalists, but they don't appreciate the indigenous professionals and the indigenous communicators that are bringing information from inside the territory and that are living that on the flesh. And these papers, these newspapers and these news shows, they have to appreciate what we make because these are technical data and technical materials that are produced by indigenous professionals.
Foi bem provocada aí com essa pergunta da ausência do silenciamento.
I was provoked by this question of the silencing and the absence of indigenous people in our means of communication. When we talk about indigenous territories, we don't see the discussion of restoration. This is an agenda that we indigenous women have debated because the indigenous territories, they were already taken. So how can we guarantee the food sovereignty of indigenous people that are in spaces that are not remembered in these great debates? How do we talk about religious intolerance in this process of violence because of territories that are taken? So we have to look at those spaces that do not appear in the means of communication in the news, let alone the international spaces. When we talk about gender leadership, we female leaders, we don't appear in the news neither. When we see the presence of women in different spaces, we know that this is a space of violence, but this is not featured. We are killed, we are raped. This does not appear in big media. This is perpetrated by illegal gold miners, by people in the agribusiness, people that are against development. So thinking about these people is talking about these things, because thinking about the defense of the Amazon is already suffering the climate crisis. Our grandparents already predicted this. We are from this generation that is in the technical struggle of speaking Portuguese in defense of our territories, but we are continuously dying for violence and because of violence. Our strategy is to occupy these spaces as indigenous leaderships and as indigenous women to talk about these pains. We cannot think about a preserved and as a protected territory without thinking about the indigenous women and girls. We cannot talk about clean, drinkable water for women without talking about the restoration of our indigenous territories in Brazil. So this is the discussion in terms of challenges. How will COP30 be? What will our direct participation be? We already overcame this process of being in the audience as indigenous peoples. We want to build collectively in this process. because if we are to be the face of COP30, we have to have the voices of the women in the Amazon. And we are here echoing the voices of pain, struggle, but also the voices that face the policy of erasing the voices. Because the indigenous and indigenous organizations, they already know this pain, but the international spaces do not dialogue with us and do not acknowledge us as protagonists in the space. Unfortunately, we left the Amazon dialogue and we are in this space to do this advocacy and to remind you that we also exist. We are not in history, we are in the present, and we want to continue in the future. That is why we say we are for the ones that came before us, we are for ourselves, and we are for the ones who will come after us. But we have to exist without violence. That is why our motto is always going to be well-being for women and for the indigenous people.
O que nós queremos que a grande mídia mostre, nós queremos
What
que
we want the big media to show, we want the big media to show the reality, the truth. We are not heard in many spaces, and the same thing happens with the big media. The communication strategy is revolutionary in the indigenous movement. And before that, we were invisibilized by big media. And the big media, as we know who they serve, and it's not the indigenous peoples. They also have their interests, and we know who finances them, who funds them. When they interview us, they do what they want. They take our image to do whatever they want. In Santarém the other day, we had a few situations where we had to go to justice and ask for a right of response because they use the big media, our enemies use the big media for society to be against the indigenous peoples as if we were the villains, as if we were the criminals and not them. And that happens to us a lot, as well as other regions. They don't mention the conflicts that we're living and why the conflicts happen. I am a little bit lost in time here, but I think before, the day before yesterday, worker from Funai was shot. I'm not sure how the big media is dealing with this, but this is something that does not come to light. The indigenous peoples are not the criminals, but the ones who invaded the territory, the criminals that are inside their territory who invaded the territory and they don't want to leave. It is our right to have our territory without invaders. So this is my view on the big media. We want the big media to show the reality. And if it's for us to be heard, we should be heard our own way. And let's use the space of the big media in a different way than for society to be against us. Thank you, Auricelia. Thank you, everyone. I would like to make a comment about this as well. We cannot think that those who are behind the invasions of the territories, those who finance the illegal gold mining, those who are the owners of the lumber companies are the same ones that control the media. That is why it's so important that every day we indigenous peoples have our own networks, that we are able to communicate and echo these voices to other spaces so that we can break this silence. If we talk about a change in the scenario of climate emergency that we are living, we need a change of this whole paradigm. We don't have a recipe. We don't have a clear solution for this crisis.
Nós temos a nossa forma de vida.
But we are the solution. We know how to do things. And I think that is it. I would like to thank all of these voices here that spoke. I would like to pass the floor to you for your final considerations. We still have 15 minutes for the final words. We are able to finish our panel. I will pass the floor first to Kleber, and then we move on as we did in the first round of questions. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for the invitation, for the participation, Kayuana. This has been a very busy agenda for everyone. People are going from one meeting to another. We are having bilateral meetings as well. This already shows the importance of being in these spaces and the importance that our partners are giving to this Indigenous debate with the organizations of our movement. I would like to thank you and say that APIB and the organizations that compose APIB, like Apoiab, COIAB, are always at the availability of the indigenous peoples to streamline this debate. The Brazilian government, the Brazilian indigenous movement actually has a strength of reclaiming its significance. So we continue with our advocacy of struggle, resistance. The Terra Livre Camp is an example of this. The March of the Indigenous Women is an example of this as well. Since 2021, after the pandemic started wearing out, we started with our mobilizations facing the milestone thesis. So we continue, and we also are able to have a very propositional debate in terms of presenting ideas, proposals, solutions that include our way of life and that respect the way that we want to discuss with the judiciary, the executive, the government. So we are always available to debate and dialogue and move on together. And now towards COP30 in Brazil, we expect you all there. I would like to thank you all for being here, all of the partners who are here sharing this moment with us. I would like to highlight that COP is our main advocacy space on climate change. So it's very important to have Indigenous people in this space. And I would like to inform you, for example, that this year, compared to previous years, the participation of Indigenous people was very scarce. In the previous years, the participation of the Indigenous people was very shy. There was no resource and no support to bring Indigenous people. To guarantee the participation of Indigenous people here, it's very costly. And in this COP 2023, we have over 40 peoples here advocating in this COP. Just for you to see the importance of the space, but it's still very small. And I would like to tell you that COIAB is part of the coalition with other 30 organizations that are here present to discuss the topic. And we are organizing and articulating for COP30 in Brazil so that it has the face of the Indigenous peoples who fight against the climate crisis and the climate change. Thank you very much.
Quer encerrar. Pessoal, eu quero agradecer também a oportunidade de estar aqui.
Guys, I also want to thank the partners who made partnerships and who bet on the Indigenous movement to be here, to be massively represented in this COP. I think on the next COP, we're going to be even more represented. We're growing a lot. We're occupying spaces like this day, December 5th, which is the Indigenous Day at COP. We're going to bring not only our voices, but we're going to bring the voices of those who were left in Brazil with all of our ancestrality. We are strengthened by the enchanted ones. We really want to get back, eat our traditional foods, eat our fish. It is difficult, but we are here. We're still resisting.
Enquanto a articulação, acho que a gente fica muito feliz enquanto três
As an
mulheres
articulation, we're very happy to have 3 women from the Amazon biome in this space. This shows our strength in our articulation so that more and more women could be in the leadership positions to strengthen the indigenous movement and our social movement as indigenous peoples who are there in the space of challenge, in the space that is not easy. Struggling for land demarcation is not easy. Making gender violence evidence in the territory is not easy as well. And occupying this territory is not easy. For us, it's always a slow process with several communicator women, women who are lawyers, journalists, several women who are in this space. It is saying that women are also moving forward in this space of strengthening and protagonism of women in different places. I hope that from here, we can also move with other women from other social movements and institutions that are there in this political front of strengthening ourselves as women. We have several regional coordinators who are here echoing voices of our ancestors and that are represented by Indigenous women today. We're here in the space in the communication strategy, and beyond photo ops and videos, people are communicating very spiritually to protect us in these spaces, which are not our territories, but that we have to occupy because we have to fight for our lives. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We are moving forward in this collective purpose of building the space of the indigenous people from ourselves and not as they always did, speaking for us. I think this is a very big difference in this construction space. Other leaderships opened this path for us to be in this space. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to everyone at the round table. Thank you for everyone who stayed until the end. We're going to wrap it up with an official photo of our round table, and thank you once again.
Isso. Hã? Tá, beleza. Boa tarde. Boa tarde, pessoal. Tudo bom com vocês? Primeiro até dizer, né, que
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Of course, I'd like to clarify I am not Sineya Devali, but she unfortunately isn't feeling very well. Work need to be done. We're all very busy, but I think sometimes it's important to respect ourselves and take some time. So I am here as one of the partner organizations. Let me introduce myself. My name is Marta from IPA. And today we're going to have this roundtable to talk about Brazil on the way to COP30, which is right around the corner. How can we have indigenous leadership and local communities involved to face climate change? You are so important in this discussion about climate change. Today we have Kari Guajajara present. She is a collaborator for OPI, the Observatory for Isolated Indigenous Peoples, and she's also part of COIAB, the coordination of the indigenous people of the Amazon, Brazilian Amazon. Next to her, we have Marcos Wesley Pedroso. He is the coordinator of Tapajós de Fato. I'm sure he also is responsible for a series of things as well that I don't really know much about. He will tell us. Welcome, Marcos. We have Leticia Santiago de Moraes. She is a young leader, an amazing young leader. She is the secretary for the political network of young extractivist population, of young people from extractivist populations. Welcome, Leticia. A round of applause to her. And finally, to compose this beautiful panel, we have another Marcos. It wasn't enough having just one Marcos. So we have Marcos Sabaru. He is part of the Network for Indigenous Peoples in the Northeast, APOEM, and is here to represent as well the Network of Indigenous Peoples from Brazil, APIB. Aside from the organizations I mentioned, we have other organizations who have been working to make this event happen. So let me mention them. We have APIB, we have CAR, the Council of Indigenous Peoples from Roraima, the Fundo Casa, and WWF. This conference has been happening for a very long time, but now we are drawing more attention to it because Brazil, in 2 years, in 2025, will be the country who will host this conference. It will be held in Pará, in the heart of the Amazon. You always talk about the fact that the Amazon isn't just about its forest, the rivers, it's also the people. All these colors, all these languages that these people represent. In order to be able to set a roadmap for COP30 in 2025, we need to have a discussion, a conversation. I was close to tears this morning when I listened to our minister. She's the head of the delegation, Sonia Guajajara, Ministry of the Indigenous Peoples. And I was moved when I heard her say that she was the only one there with Sineya, Joenia. They were always in the corridors. And now at COP, we have an entire day that is dedicated to indigenous peoples, making this not a discussion that's only a hallway discussion, but that's part of the negotiations, part of the official debates, where your voices didn't used to be heard. So it's very important to be here today and to get this dialogue going so we can bring all the wealth that science and the science that traditional peoples have in them, in their traditions, in their knowledge. And how can we start thinking about practical actions that will allow us to have national contributions that are going to really look at all your knowledge and try to incorporate them somehow, because we know that during COP30 we will have the revision of the NDCs. So I'd like to start with Kari. And the question I have for you, Kari, is we know lots of indigenous lands, not only in the Amazon, but mostly in the Brazilian Amazon. We know about 100 peoples that are autonomous. We sometimes call them isolated indigenous peoples. We know they are very much present in that zone. However, unfortunately, the land of these people and their lives has been affected by land grabbing, by deforestation, and also by change in their environment, which is affecting water, their food. So can you tell us, as a lawyer, your perspective about these isolated peoples or these autonomous people? What does Brazil or the Amazonian states have to do in order to establish concrete actions to reduce emissions and to respect their rights, which are enshrined in our Constitution? So it appears the volume will go up gradually. Can you hear me? Is it a little bit more loud now? Well, maybe we'll change mics. Good afternoon, everyone. I was already introduced. My name is Kari Guajajara. I'd like to thank you for being present. We know that lots of different activities are taking place, so thank you for taking the time to hear our perspectives to talk about this topic. It's a huge pleasure being here. It's not really a table, a round table, but being here, sitting next to these wonderful people. And it's an honor to share this panel with Sabaru, a very important leadership from the Brazilian Northeast. He's led many different fights. Thank you very much for all you do for all of us. I think we have an obvious response to your question, but before, let me give you some perspective. So being able to think about COP30, which of itself is a huge problem, and then thinking about how we're going to be protagonists, yet another problem, and then thinking about the indigenous peoples, yet another problem, and I'm going to dedicate my time to them, indigenous peoples. Does everyone know that we have indigenous peoples in the Northeast, in the south of Brazil, not just in the Amazon? So which indigenous peoples are we talking about? Which is why I'm talking about Sabara. We have a huge variety of indigenous peoples, but also we occupy many different regions. And this touches upon a topic you mentioned, which is precisely that of isolated indigenous peoples. In lots of regions of Brazil, if you ask them about indigenous peoples, they don't know who they are. If you say indigenous peoples who are isolated or have been recently contacted, they have no idea what you're talking about. And Brazil, which at the same time is the fifth country in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, is also the one concentrating the most isolated peoples in the world. So we have 114 accounts, official accounts of their presence. And it's strange that people don't understand how important they are to the climate debate and how important it is for us to consider them in the debate as well. With their own existence, they're protecting land, which is why we need to ensure that they have a right to live. They depend and they rely on natural resources to be able to survive. They can't just go to a store and buy some sugar or buy some rice. They have to produce their own honey, collect fruit, and they depend on everything that comes from nature. So when I say the answer is obvious, it is because we need land demarcation in Brazil for indigenous peoples. There is no other way. We shouldn't be here debating solutions if we don't consider the solutions that already exist. Indigenous peoples have been saying for centuries, and this have been proven, how important it is to look at land in order to face climate change. So there is no other solution aside from the demarcation of indigenous land. Carolina, who is also from B, could confirm that 114 of these isolated people we have identified are in areas that have not been demarcated. So let's think about the ones that we have in the areas that are demarcated. They are already subject to lots of threats. What can we say about those who don't even have demarcated land to stand on? So of course the answer, the solution is being able to do land demarcation. Being the fifth country in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, mostly due to deforestation and agribusiness, being able to have land demarcation of indigenous land is a response ensuring that the land will be safe. It's interesting being at a COP where at least the question is being asked, that of the role of indigenous or isolated indigenous communities. Most of the time, people don't even know that they exist, that they're not even aware. So the answer is, for all indigenous peoples, what unites us, despite our differences, is that need for land demarcation to happen. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kari. You're absolutely right. I think even for Brazil, it's becoming more difficult to do anything without talking to you first, because there's still some pride in saying agribusiness moves our economy, but there is no agribusiness without indigenous land. It is the indigenous land that ensures that there is rain, that there is water, that ensures that the soil is still alive. So really, there is no way around it. Thank you very much for your contribution. And let's think about these autonomous peoples. I prefer the use of this term, autonomous indigenous peoples. Let me give the floor to the first Marcos of our group, because the other one we'll just call Sabaru. Marcos, can you tell us a little bit about Tapajós de Fato? Maybe some people don't know the story behind it and how important it is to have a voice in the Amazon that allows them to speak for themselves. Maybe you can share with us the work you've been developing. Such important work, especially in an era of fake news and misinformation. Okay, it's working. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's so nice to hear that. Good afternoon in Portuguese from all of you. Boa tarde. Thank you, first of all, to Fundo Casa for the possibility of being here. So, Tapajós de Fato has existed for 3 years. It was born during the pandemic in a context of misinformation, in a context of denialism in the western part of the state of Pará. And we saw that despite the chaos that was taking place in Brazil, debates about illegal deforestation, all of that was still happening. The development of railways, waterways, and other projects such as ports, mining projects, all of this was still going in indigenous land, in the former slave land, in the quilombolas. And this was in place and executed by the federal government, but also in the state of Pará by the state government. Isabelle, you're here. I'd like us to give her a round of applause, Isabelle. Well, based on all of that, we decided to launch this portal, which was basically as a way of whistleblowing everything that was happening. Initially, it was to whistleblow, to state what was happening in our land and have it be out there in the world. Because, of course, due to the pandemic, we couldn't really work. We couldn't move around very much. So we would just collect information and we'd put it out there to have this word spread. So this is what we started doing in 2020. And halfway through, we connected to other partners, such as Fase Amazônia, Terra de Direitos, another council, and other organizations. So many of them came and started working with us. So we got very well connected to the different land. And we were taking this idea of defending the land from the land. We had a campaign with with Greenpeace, with other associations as well. I'm very moved. I apologize. To have that free of mining land or territory, which is the Degleba Lago Grande extractivist population settlement project. And it was an important campaign. It was wonderful being able to build it from the ground up. And starting after that, it just unraveled in a very positive way. Lots of initiatives were built, and Tapajós, de fato, started looking for its place, not in the world, but in Tapajós, where it decided to act. And we understood where our place was in terms of the communications we wanted. So yes, we do have to communicate everything that's happened in that land so that we could reach other areas, other spaces, so that we could say that what the governor is saying might sound beautiful for the entire world to hear, but not everything he says is actually true. And so that we would be able to explain to the different people of this land what climate justice is. My grandparents back in their own community have no idea what climate justice is. So based on everything we were doing on a daily basis, especially the campaign in Palago Grande, after the campaign we had there, we understood that people started feeling the impacts. They would say the açaí is a bit more dry. There isn't as many fish in the river as there used to be before. So they noticed a change happening, but they didn't really understand what exactly was happening, and it was the effect of climate change arriving already. So this moved us, and we decided to have these pamphlets. I've brought here some with me. I don't have a lot, but you can have a look at them later if you want. So we have 4 different editions. I have brought 3, but we have 4 publications. One with the support of a foundation, precisely at Palango Grande. The second edition was launched in October, was with the support of WWF. The first, as I mentioned, was for Darlan, and the second, well, one was for the indigenous land, one for the Quilombola land, and one for another land. And we had a consultation process, which actually helped us decide to do that. We heard from the community. It was illustrated with the support of the community, so it was really based on what the community wanted to say, and how they perceived themselves. If you look, there are examples here of leaders from these communities. I don't know if you can really see.
Anyway, we decided to include them in our booklet, and this is one example amongst many others. During the pandemic, we realized there was a very low rate of vaccination in public health facilities. So we entered into a partnership with Fiocruz. We printed information that we took for the territory in an effort to raise awareness regarding the importance of vaccination. And in order to do so, we used photos and images of indigenous leaders, local leaders. So we try and adapt to platforms the way we communicate digitally, but not only. And the idea is give visibility to everyone. And we've been making efforts to be present offline as well through our printed booklets. And it's actually an idea that we share for the organization. Let's stop drafting beautiful projects for fundraising to make reports for our donors, but let's actually communicate with our social bases. Let's engage in real communication. Let's do a work that is actually effective. Thank you. That's it. That's the Amazon speaking out and not waiting for the others to speak for the Amazon. And I like that you spoke beautifully and with a beautiful accent, because I have an accent from the southeastern area, and I apologize. I forget to mention the program for a climate justice voice, which is very important. We have to take all stakeholders into consideration. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention this program. Anyway. It is really important to hear from the ones who know, who are on the field. And Marcos, you also mentioned that the elderly had been saying, açaí is changing. It's not the way it used to be. And now, in the middle of the year, Manuel da Cunha made a very powerful speech. He said, you are aware of the size of the loss because we kept on hurting. It has to be calculated. And he said, you know what's the extent of the loss. you are able to measure losses and damages. And I'm not talking about economic losses only, because now there is a need to change. We heard from Kayapós that they are thinking about changing the place where they live as a consequence of lack of water in the river. Therefore, there will be an area prone to invasion because the presence, them being there, is a protection, an extra protection for the territory. But if they are not there physically, how can you ensure the protection of the area? That's an issue. And other traditional communities also, of course, not only the indigenous one. So by saying this, I want to invite Leticia to give her contribution. For years, we've been listening about the Alliance of the Peoples of the Forest, which is key to ensure the ecosystem balance that we all wish for. And we know that in Xingu indigenous area, we have 5 degrees less in comparison to non-protected areas. So there is this cooling effect indeed. When you have people living in conservation units, it is very beneficial for the culture, for the language, for the accents, the biodiversity. At conservation units, there are 8% more biodiversity as compared to non-protected areas. So Leticia, I would like to ask you please to tell me about the youth. How can the youth bring extra knowledge and also solutions and responses to the climate crisis we are all undergoing? Hi, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to ask for the permission of all women who preceded me in this fight because we have a history of resistance. I'd like to ask for our brothers who are sharing the session with us as well. Our indigenous sister also, please, I ask for your permission. It is very important to have this alliance and to be present at forums like this, at arenas where we can discuss. And now we are at the COP, the Conference of the Parties. And when I was thinking about my intervention, my talk, I was thinking that we have a lot of youth in this panel. And they've been fighting and resisting in their territories, in their struggles. So before making my remarks, I want to say about where I come from. I come from an extractivist community. I live in a collective area called Bahia São João, located in the city of Curralinho in Marajó. I traveled for more than 40 hours straight, including boat, car, plane, so that I could join you here. And I believe this illustrates my engagement because the youth really wants to be present here to make our voices heard and to talk about our belonging to this territory. And also to be able to talk about what we've been facing in these lands, because it's not easy. In my reality, in my territory, we are getting sick because the air we breathe in is actually smoke. So it's important to hear from the realities of other biomes that are very important for us in face of the climate crisis. And I would like to thank the partners who brought us here, namely Voices for Climate Action. They make it possible for the youth to be present and heard, which is so important for us. And I was very touched with what the sisters said, because we know that the legalization of extractivist land is also essential because, in our belief, if we do not recognize the land, if we do not acknowledge and demarcate the land, you don't have access to other rights. And this is something that is very powerful. So whenever we have the opportunity, we say how important it is to have a land reform, to have an environmental acknowledgement of our territories. And we should take into account that these areas have people living there, and these people are ourselves, and we needed to be able to be present and to exchange about our reality and about the way we resist. I am part of CNS, the National Council of Extractivist Communities, founded in the 70s by rubber producers. Uh, and we have here in the audience Angélica Mendes, granddaughter of Chico Mendes. She is one of the founders of the movement, and I will be in the youth committee at CNS, but I will also occupy the presidency of the CNS in the recent future, and I'm very touched and very proud because these forums, they are very important for the youth. It's been a challenge, and being here is a challenge as well, also because of the language, which is a barrier for me, for the distance. However, this is a place for learning, and the learning includes overcoming challenges, and we need to challenge ourselves while youth. So we are here. We came here, and today the reserves, the unit, the conservation units, they are the stage of the fight of so many rubber tappers. And our struggle is to keep the forest standing. Our land is responsible for 25 million hectares of protected forest, with over 800,000 families living in this region. So you have to take into account the diversity in these areas, the rubber tapper communities, the indigenous communities, traditional communities, the youth. How can the youth be part of this process? It's very important to touch upon all these topics because we have a challenging scenario. We dream about the land reform, the demarcation of our land. We dream of having education made available in our territory, but adapted to our culture. So remaining in the territory without access to education, without access to health, without access to public policies is a huge challenge. And also, we also have to take into account the gender dimension of the youth living in this area. We women, young women living in the forest and fighting for the preservation of the forest, we have to take into account our protection because we are dedicating our life for this struggle, because we firmly believe in the importance of the joint management of these territories, not only for our benefit, but for the benefit of the humanity. It's not only thinking about rubber tappers, nut tappers, but also thinking about the importance for the future generation. And the climate crisis requires bold initiatives and concrete actions. Our territories are dying. Our bodies are dying. We need concrete actions because, and this includes us being present at decision-making forums. It's my first time in a COP, and we might feel a bit anxious because we want to be everywhere where decisions are made because we have always been made invisible. But we wanted to transmit the proposals that we prepared, that we have for our territory. And we don't want to only talk among ourselves, but we want to be able to have a word with the leaders, with the ones who make the decisions. We don't have time to waste. We can wait no longer. It is now that everything must happen. And the youth can no longer be considered as the future. The youth is the very present. We want to be part of the solution. And in order to be part of the solution, we need to be equipped with mechanisms. We need subsidies, we need training courses. And the first school that we attend is the movement, the social movement, organizing our social base, organizing working groups, organizing extractivist communities, organizing indigenous and traditional communities. This is the first school we attend, and this is not a choice, but a need to think of a collective action. Allow me to say three things. One, there is no forest without people, and we are the people. And we need to be present in spaces where decisions are taken, because this is about our lives being negotiated, our culture, and our future generation. We have to take this into account, and we cannot think that we are the owners. We are just passing. And we need to think of something greater. We need to think about this as a whole. So our role as engaged youth is to say that we want to be part of it. We don't have all responses. We are also learning, and we need to empower our networks. The Alliance of the Peoples of the Forest needs to be strengthened, renewed, and expanded in order to include other people, people from the peripheries of the cities who undergo a situation very similar to ours oftentimes. We need to change the system so that new paradigms are created, so that our narratives can be heard. And this is an important place to be. We were discussing before the beginning of our session, and we said that we are all very touched and and very happy to be here, because we've always heard about it, but being here, it means our bodies are in the fight, are in the struggle, and we need to be seen and heard. And overall, we need to have our history respected, because we are the women, we are the youth who give our lives for this fight, for this resistance, which is not easy, because if you go to the forest, you will find people living in there, people who are screaming, people who are claiming to remain in their territory. And we have this challenge so that the youth, like me, does not have to leave the territory because you need to be someone. That's it. Thank you.
É porque é difícil de pensar que é problema que não foi causado por vocês.
It's difficult because
40 horas além do tempo que vocês
you didn't cause the problem, and you have to travel 40 hours to try and solve a problem that you didn't create. And I'm very sorry about that, but I'm glad to hear that you know your body is present.
A gente já viu que não deu certo. A gente
We know
realmente
that everything that has been done so far, it didn't work. We need to think of new ways, of new roads, and we have to open our minds. Sometimes, I want to open the minds of people with force, with violence, but what I mean is, I heard you. I'm sorry. I am usually not that emotional, but this was very strong, Leticia. Thank you. And now I think I'm gonna cry again, but because I'm gonna be very angry with everything we are about to hear. We know each other for 10 years. He's a wonderful person. I admire you all very much, but I admire him for a very long time. And you know, Sabaru, he reminds us that climate change, indigenous people, biomes does not limit to the Amazon. Quite often, all the discussion takes the Amazon into account only. And Sabaru, now I want to hear from you. You come from APOIME and APIB, the Network of Indigenous Peoples. In our opinion, how can we envisage a connection between biomes and peoples? How can we strengthen and empower the alliances? Leticia actually reiterated what Toya said before and the indigenous youth said yesterday. So you know everything that is going on. So how can we strengthen the alliances and how do we strengthen them in these forums, these very important forums? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marcos Sabaru. I belong to Xingui Boto region in Lower São Francisco River. I want to ask for the permission of the deities so that I can take the floor. First of all, I want to say that I am not affiliated to a political party. My political party is my community. I never occupied a position. And my commitment is with the ones who fight for the truth. People are talking about COP30, but they are skipping one. It's top down. Because before COP30, there is another one, right? There is one COP that is going to make it invisible, it seems to me, you know? Anyway, we will have a COP being held in Brazil. And I just heard that a civil servant at the Brazilian National Indigenous Foundation, FUNAI, was killed while working. He was enforcing the law. He was actually enforcing the ejection of demarcated indigenous land, and he was assassinated. So we are now in COP28. All right, COP28. It seems that something didn't work because we are in COP28. We are discussing about COP30. We have no solution. Maybe there is a problem. I agree with everybody that preceded me. Maybe that's the solution. Maybe we can have. Maybe we already have the solution. And I also want to talk on behalf of some scientists, namely our ancestors, our grandparents, who alerted that we could not deforest, we could not pollute, but they were taken as elderly, ignorant, riverbank communities, quilombolas, ignorant people. And today you have eminent scientists who are saying the same.
Aqui meio que a gente está falando de nós para nós. Então,
so I think we are talking about ourselves to ourselves. But if I had to go more in depth about the relevance of indigenous land, I mean, when this is over, we go back to our land. We will continue taking care of it, and we will continue. Being hurt and dying for our land, producing water, clean water, oxygen. But in the end, this is land that actually belongs to the state. It belongs to the person who is living there in the Amazon, but it also belongs to the person who is in Rio de Janeiro. It's worthless to have some countries say, oh, here's the fund, we'll give you some money, but we will continue doing the same things, but make sure you save the world since you are the guardians. No, I am not a guardian. I am not an environmentalist. I'm not going to save the world. If society doesn't do its part, we're all in the same boat. This is what we need to say. And we don't have to try and find beautiful words to make it sound nice. It's worthless trying to study Mars or if we can go and live in the moon. If it goes wrong, it's going to be for everyone. We've already invented the wheel, so we've already proven that the indigenous land has a huge contribution for the wealth of the planet, for the well-being of the planet, rather. Oxygen, water, but we have to talk about some other aspect, which is the people who live there, the spirituality, their cultural, the chants, the nations. We can talk about nations which are there. So it goes beyond climate. It's beyond talking about trees or 1 degree. It's about the people who live there also. So the contribution of indigenous land has already been proven. More than natural parks. The other day I was in the state of Bahia with researchers from ICMBio, and in the Tupinambá, they have a specific type of monkey, and they were having problems there. But they saw that in the indigenous land, they had more of these species of monkeys than in the protected area, in the park. However, there's this idea that someone always wants to convince you that you need to get out of there to be someone, that you should be like him. And someone told me, oh, well, you guys need to evolve. Evolve towards what? To have polluted rivers, such as Tietê River? To have the sun sky that you see in São Paulo? Maybe you could have the wealth that exists here in Dubai. Maybe you won't be planting corn and start producing soy. And then what are you exactly? Who are you? You don't respect people who want to continue living there, next to the river, cooking their own food, their own plants. That's their mission. So it's also about class differences. Some people might say, well, why do they still have feathers on their head? Why do they paint their bodies? I think it's nicer to be us. Well, maybe not. We've already proven the importance of this land to the planet. However, it's worthless saying that we should be responsible for saving the planet alone. Even if we have land demarcation, that won't be enough. Currently, there are wars happening all over the world. There are conflicts. We're burning coal. We have the COP being hosted in a country that's one of the biggest oil producers. So lots of contradictions.
Governo brasileiro tem assumido
Brazil and the Brazilian government has taken on this role. And I know that I'm in the Brazilian pavilion, but I'm here to talk about Brazil, which is my territory, but also now it's a territory that's been flooded. At the same time as the government is talking about having COP30, having zero deforestation by 2030, about being a protagonist, Lula is the biggest authority worldwide today. I think it's him. He talks about fighting poverty, fighting hunger, but at the same time, what kind of budget do we have? And now they just voted on this poison bill, which is basically a bill to allow pesticides to be sold and used. Same goes for the legal framework doctrine that determines since when we have the right to our land. We know that the presidents of the House, that the president of the Senate, and actually I'm from the same state as Arthur Lira, we sometimes have some strange politicians coming from my state, and so it's a contradiction to have the federal government who wants to be a protagonism, but still this day, they have not been able to demarc our land. So Lula, during his inauguration, went up the ramp in Brasilia next to an indigenous person, Raoni, and one of his civil servants has just been shot. And this new government is old government because they have already had 3 terms and half a term for Dilma. Then you had the disaster that was Temer as president, the crazy person of Bolsonaro. But what we are hurting most from is our Congress. If you look at what Collor did, he was able to have more land demarcated back in his government. So there is contradiction. I don't follow any government. I am not a fan of any government. I don't think there is such a thing as an indigenous party. I think the reality of the indigenous peoples of Brazil, and I think this is applicable worldwide, is not compatible with the current world, because at the same time, they want us to protect nature, but they want to drill in Amapá. If you want to say I'm lying, then go for it, I will accept, but they want to drill in Amapá. So I think we have to keep our foot on the ground. If you want to be a protagonist in the fight against climate change, defending indigenous peoples, they're actually not. I live in Minas Gerais. We have other biomes, Cerrado, Atlantic Forest, Agreste, which is our outback. There's difficulties we've had since they decided to transpose the San Francisco River, and we still don't have enough water because of that change. And of course, we have to keep in mind the Jirau hydropower plant, Santo Antonio hydropower plant, San Francisco River transposition, what happened in Mariana, the disaster that happened also in Brumadinho. And now in the city of Maceió, Braskem is causing a disaster. So maybe we need to have an honest discussion about the people, between the people. There needs to be dialogue with the government. It needs to exist. But if you become a militant for your cause, then you leave your cause behind. My cause is that of the indigenous peoples. And I'm not here to have tough words. It's really it's what I really believe. I am committed to my divinity. I am committed to all the people back there, the old people that stay home, that believe that when we make it here, we will be able to speak for them. So this is what I'm here to do. I need to be true to them, to my people. I can't have partisan problems get involved. I can't talk about anything that doesn't look at the well-being of indigenous people. So I hope that the COP30 in Belém will be wonderful. I don't know where the one from next year is going to be, because I think we've skipped it. We're already talking about COP30. And I hope by then the Brazilian government will have a program especially for FUNAI. What kind of budget will they have for FUNAI, the protection agency for indigenous peoples? How much land are they going to have demarcated? How are they going to do the agrarian reform? How are they going to look at quilombola land tenure? What kind of life quality will these people have in their land? We will continue with our struggles. We are driven by truth, nothing personal. We're here just to say what we believe. The message is now sent, and it's up to you to do with it what you will. Thank you very much.
Eu acho que com o tempo vai passando, a pessoa vai ficando mais mansinha, porque o Sabaru era muito mais afiado e tá bonzinho demais.
Sabaru, you're being very kind today. I think as time passes, you've become kinder. Well, we don't really have much time, so I wanted just to give you the opportunity to have final comments, and maybe we can close. Can we start from you, Sabaru, and we'll go the other way this time around. So go ahead, final words. First, I'd like to thank you, thank my father, Elisiano. He's lived in our land his whole life, and he was able to get land demarcation, small areas, but he was able to get there, of course. My mother, and also Maninha Shukuru. She was the one who founded Apoing-me, my association, and she told me, well, do you want to be just a worker in this farm, or do you want to own the farm? Do you want to continue cutting sugarcane, or do you want to have your land back? She was the one who had this who was able to establish this alliance between the different people in the Northeast. She was able to whistleblow at the international level. Back in the 90s, she already had this vision. As a woman, she was a leader. And it was her who gave us the hope. She let us know that we would no longer have to work for these farmers. We would no longer have to cut down sugarcane, and we could fight for our land. And she helped us ally with other indigenous peoples, with other traditional communities such as Quilombola, because they're excluded as well. So I'd like to thank Maninha Shukuru. If it hadn't been for her, I wouldn't be here today. And of course, I'd like to thank my organization, Apoing-me. Thank you. Thank you for giving us the space. Thank you for hearing us. And thank you for this learning opportunity. I'm sure that we will go to COP30. And yes, we're skipping one. But I'm sure we will get there more aware of what to expect from this event. In 2025, we're going to have Chamado da Floresta, which is an event that calls upon all leaders from extractivist areas to have an international debate, to have a national debate, to try and have an impact on government policies. And I hope by then we will be more and better mobilized as civil society, so that we're not just talking to each other, but we do have a seat at the table, are able to make decisions and can get these agreements signed. I greet Darlon, a young person who is also from an extravist community. It's always a pleasure sharing our time with you. And also, I'd like to greet all the young people who inspire me, and thank each and every one of you for your struggle, for the fight that you lead. It's very important for me, and it's very important for my organization. Thank you.
Também quero agradecer a possibilidade de ter estado por aqui. Baralhou. É assim que fala, né? Ainda estou, né? É sobre.
I'd also like to thank you for the opportunity of being here. I'd like to invite you to join us in the People's Mobilization for Land and the Climate. It's going to happen at B3 Zone in Pavilion 32. And we're going to launch something quite crazy. We're skipping once again COP29, but because we are from the state of Pará and from the Amazon, and we have some incredible young people from there. We have to be present to be able to make ourselves heard here at the COP. And we are launching the COP30 committee. I won't go into more detail. I will just invite you. So it's in Spanish, Pavilion 32. Basically, it says mobilization of people for earth and land. Earth. So 430, Zone B3, Pavilion 32. Thank you very much for your invitation. And I'll leave some of these leaflets right here if you're interested. If you're not able to get one, then you can access our website, tapajosdefato.com.br.
Cada categoria que envolve a proposta
So we are approaching the end, and Sabaru presented one world. Each one of us presented one world, but I wanted to say that our struggle does not start at the COP. What we are bringing to you is just a small share of what we do. And COIAB, the coordination of the Brazilian Amazon and the indigenous organizations, have been doing this work for a very long time. So our work is in a network. We partner with other 30 organizations to think how we can have an influence in the context of the COP30. And going back to what I said at the beginning, we should take into account the categories and understand that they are not isolated, because when you put people in silos, this is quite dangerous, because you might end up excluding the northeastern areas that are not in the Amazon, and one thing depends on the other. So let's see the planet from the perspective of the peculiarities and specificities and in the struggles. Important to understand that the struggle is taking place in different stages. Sometimes it is at the context of the government, but others are fighting in the front line, in the territory, defending the forest with their own lives. So now I would like to make an invitation. I don't know if people from FUNAI are here, because FUNAI left a map of all indigenous lands here at the entrance. And the invitation was, if you are indigenous, please demarcate your territory, indicate where you come from. But now I wanted to invite you, Leticia, you, everybody, if we have people from Quilombola communities, so that other people can also mark on the map where you come from. So that's my message. Let's say where we come from as well. This is very important. It's important to be aware of all diversity. Thank you very much for your presence. Oh, and we are going to take a family photo. Thank you.
Alô, alô. Oi, gente, boa tarde. Meu nome é Paula Vargas. Eu sou diretora
Good afternoon. My name is Paula Vargas. MP Célia Chaquiabra, she's on her way. And the MP from Germany will be speaking English. So if you need translation, we have translation available into Portuguese. Just pick up your headphones.
Ela tava. Ela tava procurando um banheiro. Tem um banheiro aqui atrás. Acho que ela vai chegar em uns minutos, ela tá fora. Tá, porque tem um banheiro aqui dentro.
Vou chamar, tá? Olá, boa tarde. Obrigada pela paciência de todos vocês.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for your patience. We are going to start. We are all gathered for the national launch for the Brazilian Bench to Planet Earth, an initiative that was founded by Célia Chaquiabra, our MP. So I'm very honored to invite our MP Célia Chaquiabra to take her floor, and we have a special presence here that will make an opening speech. We also have MP Duda Salabert. We also have MP Benedita da Silva. Divana is here, apparently. Yes, Divana is here. Please join us. And we're honored to have the presence of the Ministry of the Indigenous Peoples of Brazil, Sônia Guajajara. We are very happy to be all gathered here at the Brazilian Pavilion to present this initiative, and we will hear Minister Sônia Guajajara, who will make the opening remarks. We often arrive with music, so we're gonna sing.
Bom, muito obrigada, Celina. Ela que tem essa voz, né, que canta.
Thank you. Celia has a beautiful voice, and that's how we always start our work. So I'm so happy to be here now. Another milestone. Every day we keep saying the same thing at the COP. It is a historical morning, a milestone, a historical day. And now today it is the day of the indigenous people at COP28. And we are so happy to launch our program together with Célia Chaquiaba and colleagues from the House of Representatives, the Senate, partners from other countries, all together on the bench for the planet Earth. We are here gathered at the COP to bring this secular and millennial message, which is that the Earth can no longer stand so much destruction, the predatory model, and we need the world to understand the role of the indigenous people and lands to contain the climate crisis. I've attended COPs for 13 years, and I understand that we still have a long way to go. The leaders of different countries, government representatives needed to understand we don't have much time. We need to advance with concrete initiatives, national plans aiming at protecting the life of the ones who are protecting the biodiversity, the ones who protect Mother Earth. And that's our message, the message we are sending, the protection of Mother Earth. In order to protect her, we need the connection of everyone, all partners. We shall understand that we cannot ensure the continuity of life in the planet unless we change the economic model prevailing in the world. So this COP has to be historical as well. It has to be a milestone, and we need to have decisions being taken. And we are now preparing ourselves to COP that will be held in Pará, COP 30 in 2025, and I hope to have concrete results by COP 30. So climate change is no longer a problem of the future. They became a reality. They are part of our present. So we have to fight today for the protection of indigenous rights, for the protection and demarcation of our lands, the safety and security of indigenous people in their territories will actually ensure the continuity of life in planet. And today, For the first time in so many COPs, in so many years of COPs, we are so happy and honored to say we have the largest indigenous delegation in the history of the COP. We have the largest indigenous delegation in the world. We are more than 300 indigenous persons, and we've fought a lot to get here. We've fought a lot to be present in such a number, which is still little. We are still a few if we take into account the amount of indigenous peoples and the amount of contribution we make for the planet. We are still very few. We need to increase even further our participation, but we are on the track, sometimes slow steps, but firm steps, occupying spaces. And we are so proud to be here with representatives from the indigenous movement, from the Brazilian Congress, with the COCAR bench, and with the executive branch, the Ministry of the Indigenous People. It is the first time we have an indigenous minister in Brazil. But we are daring, we are ambitious. So we in Brazil, we have this bench of indigenous peoples, and we also created state departments with indigenous representatives. We have Juliana, she is the Secretary of the State of Ceará. We also have the representative of the department in the state of Pará, Madam Pitaguari Ceissa, the National Secretary of the Ministry of Indigenous People. We have other two secretaries, Josileia, I can see her, Josileia Caigangue. She is the Secretary of the Network of Indigenous Rights. Imbia, who comes from the state of Santa Catarina. And we have so many indigenous authorities in Brazil, women who are occupying strategic positions, and that's how we're going to advance, by occupying the arenas, the forum, the spaces, organizing ourselves to be present, but to not only, also to make propositions, to bring and propose strategies. And today, I'm so proud to be the head of the Brazilian delegation, with support from the Minister of the Environment, Marina Silva, President Lula, who trusted me with this role. And I am so happy to have accepted this position. So I'm here bringing you our ancestor knowledge and power. We have so many leaders discussing about technologies, innovations, and here we are with the force and power of our ancestors. Thank you very much, and I am really, again, so happy to be here launching this bench to the planet Earth. We are fighting for the health of our planet, for the health of people living in our planet, and we need to take care of Mother Earth. Thank you.
Obrigada, ministra Sônia. Eu vou ter que, infelizmente, falar para minha honrada mesa que nós vamos ter.
Thank you so much, Minister Sonia. Unfortunately, we have until 5:15 p.m. and we have our MP Catherine from the Green Party in Germany. And I would like to acknowledge that we also have Jorge Gomes and the Governor Vinicius. They are also present. And let's remember that this initiative is not only a federal initiative, and it's important to say so and to have municipal and state level representatives. I'll now give the floor to MP Célia, who will explain to us about this initiative. In Brazil, we launched the Black Bench, and now we are launching the Brazilian Bench for Planet Earth. We are this stream that flows freely, and we are in Brazil together in the Indigenous Bench and the network of indigenous leaders. And we are also known as the Bench of the Earth, the Bench of the Forest. So we have so many partners here present, and we understand that parliamentarians from all of the world should be united. Benedita, she said, 50 years ago, I felt alone. I no longer feel alone. We have this campaign called the Bench for the Planet Earth. And the purpose is that we do not feel alone when we are in a House of Representatives, in the Congress, when we are fighting against deforestation, such as the Agribusiness Bench. And you see MP Duda. Duda, she is the author of a bill according to which we should have climate education provided for at schools. And several political parties in Brazil, they have a bill to enforce ecocide sanctions. And we also promote the need to adopt a legislation that provides for traceability amongst so many others. In Brazil, 517,000 springs are in indigenous lands. So we will have a lot of work, my dear fellow MPs. We need to think about how we can sustain life in the planet. We made a petition with Avaz, almost 1 million signatures. So our campaign, Bench for the Planet Earth, counts on so many partners from so many different organizations and people who helped and contributed so much. I could name lots of partners and organizations, and we're all thinking about synergies and convergence. We have the former governor of Acre, who was the first one to demarcate indigenous land in the state of Acre. He will be forever our governor. And I want to demarcate this place of decision as well. Minister of the Indigenous Peoples, Sônia Guajajara, said beautiful things. And although we are a minority in the Congress, we are a bench of excellent collection. We are a quality. We are very much engaged. We are very much committed. And today it is the day of the indigenous peoples at the COP. So we have to say, without demarcation, there is no climate. With racism, we can have no climate. So it's important to say that we are all essential for the climate and for a climate mood. So I would like to say that COP must be colorful, must include the voice of women. And today at 6:30, we are also going to be sitting on the table of the negotiation together with Sônia Guajajara. So we launch the Bench for the Planet Earth. And this is the first step to see that we do not know, we attack, but we also know how to defend. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, MP Célia. Now let's hear MP Duda Salabert. Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. It is an honor to share this panel with you. So happy to be with my sisters, and I know that we don't have much time, so I'll be brief. This bench is very important to think about new legislations, but also to foster a new global awareness that is able to put the anthropocentric view upside down, because it led us to this climate crisis. Through anthropocentric lenses, only man and humankind have rights, and we want the rights to be extended to the slopes, to the seas, to the waters, to the forest. We have to put an end to the anthropocentric view and put in place an ecocentric view. The anthropocentric view undermines the environment, but also human being. What is the human in an anthropocentric view? It is the white wealthy, cis European man. And we are not considered humane. Women have always been treated as reproduction machine. Black people have been enslaved. Indigenous are isolated, have been treated as savages. And we transsexuals, we are not even recognized as humans. In my country, my very existence represents a crime. Yesterday, the ambassador came to the airport to pick me up, and it was difficult for me to enter the country. So you have to take everyone into account, including the transsexuals. And you heard Célia, everybody has to participate in the debate because this debate is important to everyone. So what a pleasure to be here. I'm happy and I'm sad because I'm probably the only transgender person in this space. So let's hope that the next COP increases the participation of transgender people the same way we have more indigenous people now as compared to the past in COPs. Thank you very much, MP Duda. Now let's hear MP Benedito da Silva, the head of the Black Bench. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me say that I'm so happy to be here. And next to a state minister who is an indigenous person. This is so important. This represents a lot for the ones who are fighting as the Black people and the indigenous people fight in our country. Now we launch this bench, which have the fingerprints of the fight of undertaken by indigenous and Black people so that we can all be present here. We just heard that it is important for us to be here, and it is important for us to have more LGBTQ plus representatives. And you know what we have. I was lucky enough to meet some of them, and we were able to discuss this issue. I mean, we are not here to appoint a country and to create any misunderstanding. How can I say? It is our country, so our country is not here. We are not in our country. I mean, here we are several different countries. You're not going to create unnecessary turmoil. But what I'm trying to say is that we have the bench of the Black people, and right supporting us, we have the indigenous bench. And our MP knows very well that we work together because we understand how important it is for our communities, for the climate community, to preserve our lives, to preserve the biomes, to preserve the people who live, who cultivate, and who protect. We also saw today Women of Waters, the water women who shared a panel. So we are all together and united so that this bench that is launched today can be international. And a bench that does not limit to this day of today. It is a very important day, yes, but we should have the possibility of having a debate and giving priorities to racial aspects, because just to conclude, Brazil has always had a climate that has been protected by the indigenous population, but the slavery of the Black people, enslaved in Brazil, made the climate change to strongly impact people living in the Quilombo communities, in riverbank communities. We were about to die, but the indigenous people helped the Black people that arrived in Brazil as slaves and were able to survive the colonization, the slavery. So Quilombo communities had their existence guided by the knowledge of the indigenous people, because we heard that Brazil had been discovered. Of course, it's not true. Nothing was discovered. The people of the earth was already there, and these people is here, and together we are, white, indigenous, and Black people. So together we can change the climate. Thank you.
Obrigada, deputada. A gente vai continuar a fala com a
Thank
deputada.
you very much, MP. Let's give the floor now to Dilvanda. Good afternoon, everyone. It's with great pride that I am part of this panel. I see we have a beautiful panel of women sitting here. I'm very proud to be a part of this bench. I'm proud to have you as vice president for this association. This is the first COP I'm participating in, Celia, and it's been highly gratifying. And I'm very happy because today, with the Brazilian president we have right now, that is Lula, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't be able to be here, to have a place, to be able to be here as indigenous people, as Quilombola people, as women. I am vice president of a commission for the rights of women in our Congress, and I'm very proud to be. And I will be very brief, but I think we cannot forget that we should be side by side. We should not let go of each other's hands. We did manage to elect our president, but in our National Congress, we have lost a whole lot. So we're there fighting in Congress to try and defend the Amazon, as Celia is doing. And some colleagues, quote unquote, say, well, you don't have the right to defend the Amazon because you don't come from the Amazon. At the time I was president, I was chair actually on her behalf, and I let them know that I was born in the heart of the Amazon, and I think it's up to everyone to defend it, not just people who come from the Amazon. The entire world should defend it, and so should indigenous people, Quilombola communities, women. All of the parliament should be entitled to defend it. It's very important to be able to have this attitude. Congratulations, Celia, for what you've been doing. And we're going to be able to show in Brazil that traditional peoples are the one who truly defend our forests, our flora, and ensure a decent climate and ensure that we are still able to survive. So thank you very much for being a part of the process. Thank you, MP. Now we will hear from our first international MP who took on this challenge. So we have a representative here from the German government, Catherine Henberg. You have the floor.
Thank you. It's a huge Thank you. Thank you so much for this invitation. It is a huge honor to be here, to sit here with these strong women and to talk about climate justice, to demand climate justice, to create climate justice together. My name is Katrin Henneberger and I'm a member of the German parliament. So I'm somehow the representative of the Global North on this panel. And so I think it's my duty to recognize that colonialism, European colonialism, has brought huge injustice to indigenous communities all around the world. And we are responsible for all the hurt that has caused indigenous communities. And we are sorry for that. but sorry is never enough. We have to do better. We have to learn from the mistakes in the past. We have to learn from it, and we have to truly create climate justice. We have to end the fossil fuel industry. We have to end colonialization in forms of destroying further the Amazon rainforest with our agriculture in Europe. And of course, we have to talk about money. Germany has given 100 million to the loss and damage fund, to create a loss and damage fund. But of course, this can just be the beginning. Indigenous communities needs to have more access to climate finance. Indigenous communities need to have more support especially from us from the Global North, to be recognized. And of course, as parliamentarians, we are very privileged. As a white parliamentarian, are very privileged. And so I think it's our duty to raise our voices for human rights and against repression to indigenous communities, to human rights defenders and environmentalists. And for that, I'm glad to work with you together. You can count on me. Thank you for your invitation.
Primeiro, eu queria agradecer às deputadas por terem sido tão generosas na fala curta, que eu sei que
Well,
isso
I'd like to thank all of you MPs for being short and brief in your comments, because it was important for us to be able to stick to the time that we had. So this bench has just been launched, but the challenge is to be able to work up until 2025 for COP30. The idea is to mobilize civil society, other members of parliament, and all levels of government so that we can actually have bills that contribute to the targets we establish for climate, which is to reduce global temperatures, favor communities. So I have an invitation to you this evening. We're going to have a celebration of this planet bench at the Hope House. It's about 25 minutes away from here in Arsenal D Street. And there are members of our team who will be going, Erico, Tiago, and also I could give you more information if you would like to make it this evening to our celebration. And also I'd like to thank the press for being here, for making it to this panel, because if we don't have you to promote what we're doing, then we cannot reach more people. So thank you once again. Thank you very much to the members of parliament who accepted our invitation. And also thank you to the Brazilian Pavilion for hosting it today. Thank you very much for all the work you're doing, and I wish you all a very good afternoon.
Boa noite. Um dos nossos palestrantes hoje vai falar
Good
inglês.
evening.
Quem? Um, dois, três. Ok, obrigada. Já vou levar.
Boa noite. Tá? Já? Boa noite. Boa noite, boa noite, boa noite.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. It's a pleasure having you with us. Today, basically, and actually, if you want to have a seat, we still have room, so please feel free to take a seat. And it's worth coming to see us up close. It's gonna be a nice chat. So the chat we're gonna have today is precisely that, a chat, a conversation about the expectations regarding COP30 in Brazil and the roadmap. We have a very special guest today here with us, and she's special on many levels. First, because she is the executive director of the Climate Action Network, CAN, which is a group organizations, perhaps the most important group of civil society organizations that look at the global agenda, the climate agenda, and of course, Observatório do Clima is part of it. And aside from being an executive director, Tasneem is a leader in terms of climate. She's very dear to me. She's very friendly, and I thank her for being here. Thank you very much, Tasneem. So let's take advantage of her being here. Let's take advantage of Tasneem and her presence and have a chat with her so we can learn from her, hear from all that she has learned. So this is a chat, an informal chat. And if you have questions at any time, feel free to raise your hand and ask them. I'm going to mention something. It might be a coincidence, but it's an interesting coincidence that happened in Brazil. Brazil was supposed to host the climate conference in 2019, the first year of the Bolsonaro government. So we had made the request in 2018, it had been approved. And in 2019, I think Carlos Quito had the idea. He's guilty. He was supposed, well, actually, making the request to the UN is easy, but making sure Bolsonaro wouldn't be elected wasn't that easy. So he didn't do all the work. He was able to make the request to the UN, but he wasn't able to guarantee that Bolsonaro wouldn't be elected. Jokes apart, I respect you a whole lot. And of course, you are responsible for the construction of our network. He's a dear friend. And in 2019, Brazil was supposed to have the COP, host the COP. And Bolsonaro denied, was not willing to have the COP. And at the time, we had mixed feelings about whether that was good or not, because not wanting to host the conference is bad, but we also didn't want it to be with Bolsonaro. That could be even worse in terms of the climate agenda. So fortunately, it did not happen. And now we're able to get it organized with the new government, a completely different context, a much, much better government than we would have had with Bolsonaro. So this is what I wanted to hear from you to start. We have a better government compared to the previous one. But what would be the dream government in 2025? What would be the ideal posture for the Brazilian government to have while hosting COP30? What do we need from this government to finally have a climate conference that is able to deliver what needs to be delivered?
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to come and join you in this conversation. And thank you for saying I'm friendly. So first, let me say, when the Brazilian COP was announced, we were all excited. And especially those in the global south, Because one of the things a COP in Brazil with this new government represents to us, especially those from the global south, is the possibility of hope, of inspiration, of leadership for and behalf of the global south. And so there are two things that we think we would hope a Brazilian COP represents. One, that Brazil itself is a model for the kind of leadership on climate, both in terms of practice and what you're doing in Brazil, the transitions you need to go through, the work that you need to do, the best practice in terms of addressing climate change. But in addition to that, also be an inspiration for the rest of the world. And again, let me repeat, the global south. So for us, the Brazilian COP is the main global south COP, where we have an opportunity to forefront the issues that affect all of us in the global south, whether it's issues related to how we deal with climate impacts, how we deal with justice in relation to the climate impacts, whether it's about the fact that climate finance, for example, has not been delivered and probably by Brazil will not be delivered at the scale at which that also has to do with justice. And so that's what Brazil, at least for us, and yeah, I speak as a global south activist. This is what Brazil presents for us, a COP that's going to be for the global south.
Quando a gente fez agora recentemente
When recently we had a talk with President Lula. He gathered a big meeting with civil society. We talked to him, and during this meeting, we said that someone, some kind of president, some kind of authority, hopefully from the global south, needs to lead the discussion about the end of fossil fuel. There is kind of a vacuum amongst leaders on this topic. So we challenge him in that sense. And actually we started to get him thinking about this, and that maybe he would be a good person to lead the process and get the countries talking about the end of fossil fuel. Do you think this could be one of the main objectives or points of COP30 in the case if Lula actually engages on this topic and is able to develop this idea?
So of course, what we would want to fight for at a COP in Brazil depends on what we win or lose at this COP. So this COP is really important. And you will know that for this COP, civil society has made the issue of a just and equitable phase out of fossil fuels its key litmus test for the success of this COP. So if we did get an outcome on this in this COP, it would obviously be, well, it's probably not going to be as the way we want it. And so the Brazil COP hopefully then would strengthen, if something is weak out of this COP on fossil fuel phase out, Brazil should be the place where we strengthen it, we tighten up the agreement. And I believe that, you know, Lula would and should be the leader for that.
A gente vai fazer essa sessão aqui por meia hora e depois vai ter
We are going to have this session for half an hour because later on we're going to have a concert. So please stay with us. So we are now listening to her concert, to her show, and then we are going to listen to a band who is going to play. But I'll ask her one more question, and then I'd like to invite you to raise your hands and take this opportunity and benefit from her presence here and ask her a question. But I have one more question for you, Tasmin.
O Brasil tem uma quantidade muito grande de movimentos sociais.
Brazil has lots of social movements. The civil society participates very actively, and these social movements are increasingly concerned with the climate agenda. So we have several movements, such as the Black movement, the Slums movement, the rural workers movement, family agriculture, landless rural workers, quilombola, trade unions, and many more. These social movements, do you think they can unite? Because we are beginning to engage in dialogue with these movements, and we are all getting together to start discussing whether we have a way forward, a common ground, and how we can get organized for the climate conference. So I have two questions for you. How important is this in your opinion? And based on your previous experiences in previous COP, how important is it to have civil mobilization in the Conference of the Parties? And in your opinion, how these movements can dialogue with can communicate with the Climate Action Network, because many social movements are going to be hosting the COP in Brazil. The movements operating in the Amazon are going to be hosting the COP. So how can they have a direct line of communication with CAN? And please let us know how important it is for us to have a big mobilization in Brazil.
Having a COP in Brazil is exactly because of the strength of your movements and the diversity of the movements, not only in Brazil, but the history of Latin American social movements of all the kinds of that you've mentioned. That history is, and the way the movements work in Latin America, in Brazil, is something that we will benefit from. So there's a formal COP, but I would argue that more importantly is in fact the work that the movements do. Ahead of the COP, the building of power, collective power in Brazil, in Latin America, and then at the global level. And that is an additional dimension that we all have now move strongly enough. It's not just the inside, where we all get involved in the advocacy work, the policy work, the negotiations, but how we use these COPs to build wider collective movement power. Because to bring about change inside these COPs and anywhere else, we need the power of people. And Brazil has a wonderful history and legacy of doing that. And so certainly that is something that we would also look forward to, that we will learn from you, from the movements in Brazil and in the wider region. So when you asked me the question earlier about what does the Brazilian COP mean, there's the COP and the leadership of Brazil as a government. But for me, because this is my history, movements are actually going to be the most important part. And it's not just organizing a mobilization, but it's using the time of the COP, this period up to the COP, to build that collective power. You will be our hosts. We're in your hands when we come to Brazil. And so, like with this COP, the previous COPs, there's what is called a coalition, a COP coalition. It's a coalition of movements. You will have to build that coalition. You will invite us as the international movements to join you. So that's the most exciting part. How are we going to work together as movements, actually? So in that collaboration, obviously CAN is always involved. Our coordinator of our CAN Latin America is here as well tonight, and there are many members. Together with our node, CAN International will be part of your movements. And you will, of course, provide leadership to us. We can be supportive as well. You know, this CAN network has got a long history of doing work in these processes, and we can support and help and will always be there. More importantly, I'm looking forward to learning from you.
Great. Thank you. Eu queria saber se tem alguém que tem. Então tá bom.
Someone has a question for Tasnim. And we have something that is already very successful for COP in Brazil. The beer will cost $1 and not $10. So already a success has been attained. This is a very important aspect, I think, because a COP cannot be happy with a beer costing $10. Anyway, we have three questions in here. But you've got to come here to use the microphone and have the interpretation. And let's remember that we have 10 more minutes, so you have to make brief questions. Hi, my name is Cláudia Antunes. I'm a journalist at Suma Uma, a website that publishes about the Amazon. And my question is, I mean, we are gonna hold the COP in a scenographic city very far from places. Although this country is very polluted, it is also very distant to the places that effectively illustrate climate injustice. And do you think it makes a difference to have a COP being held in the Amazon, in Belém, and despite some Brazilians being concerned about the infrastructure in the city of Belém, because it's all very sumptuous in here, do you think that it makes a difference to have a COP being held in the Amazon? And my second question is, we have several debates taking place at the COP, but sometimes we have the impression we are talking to ourselves, amongst ourselves. So can you please tell us, what do you think about the pressure exerted by social movements, by the civil society who comes to the COP? Do you think it works?
Meu nome é Paula Vargas, obrigada por estar aqui.
My name is Paula Vargas. Thank you for your presence. Social movements are very much have a lot of presence of companies, corporations, and we are very much concerned with the fact that the two previous COP took place in places where the money is very strong. So how can you keep on believing in a space that was created by the United Nations, but even the civil society is coming to this area to make business? Is the COP the place where we come to make business? If that's the case, how can we make a good business so that we attain our objective, which is to defend the civil society and the environment? Hi, my name is Luciana. I am Luciana from the Atlantic Forest biome. As to my question, how does CAN position take a position when the leaders say there is no science behind the statement that fossil fuels will increase the temperature of the world, and what's Kansas' stance as to the phasing out of fossil fuels, and do you think that if fossil fuels are not phased out, because they say we're going to go back to carbon times, to ancient times, what do you think about this statement that was made?
Okay, thanks very much for the questions. So the first one about the COP being hosted in the Amazon. I think that that is a judgment that you will have to make as Brazilians and as Brazilian civil society. If there's a concern, it's going to damage, there's going to be environmental degradation, if it will impact on indigenous communities, etc., we need to hear that from you. As international organizations, we don't make comments about things that you have not guided us on. So we'd like to hear from you if there are any concerns around where the COP is going to be hosted in Brazil. So that's on that issue.
My question was about if there is a difference for the results of the COP, of putting up a COP here in a scenographic city, very unreal, and in a real place. Although we know the inequalities of Brazil, of course, you can be in a rich place or in a, but that was the question. I haven't, there were people saying that perhaps worried about if Belém will have the infrastructure to support a COP. Of course, not one like that one, but you know, that was the line of the question.
Sorry, I misunderstood. So I'm going to connect that question to your question. You see what's happened in the past few years from around the Glasgow COP. These COPs have been changing in its nature. It has become big expos. Everybody comes here, they're doing their business, they're promoting their business. It's become a corporate COP, mostly. The numbers of people coming to these COPs, in this COP, it's over 100,000. And many of them are here actually not for the negotiations. They're here to do all these other things. So there might be an opportunity if Brazil, if the government is willing to go back to basics, that we're coming to a COP to deal with the climate crisis, not to be an expo, and go back to that approach. And then Belém would be a suitable place in terms of the symbolic nature of being in the most vulnerable and important Amazon for the world. So the symbolism of that, and maybe even the reality of it, will affect the way we would think about how we address the climate crisis. Right now, this place, last year, the year before, it's been very distracting to have lots of these big, as I say, corporate, private sector driven, expo type COPs, where a number of these announcements get made, these initiatives get launched. There's no way we can judge whether they're actually real, they're going to contribute to addressing the crisis. And there's a lot of greenwashing and everybody feels good and the press releases go out. We need to get back to what COPs are meant to be. It's a UN process to address the climate crisis. That's what Belém could become. And then the infrastructure is not this kind of infrastructure, right? So plan a COP that gets back to the true nature of the COP. It's not an expo, and we're going to deal with the real issues about people. The people who are impacted by the climate crisis, putting their needs before any corporate interests as well. So that would be my comment on that. The second question was,
it was about how much the social movements and NGOs coming here can really affect in the current way in which the COPs are organized.
as I was saying, you know, in the past, at least since Madrid, always civil society has played an important role in keeping the pressure, right? But I think what's happened in the past 3 years ago was Madrid, or 4 years ago, the collaboration between different networks in civil society, between different constituencies, the women and gender constituency, the youth constituency, indigenous peoples, trade unions, with us, the environmental NGOs. We've been really building a very strong, powerful base. I'll give you an example of how that power has worked out. The Loss and Damage Fund, Victory, is ours. It's because we decided as civil society in Glasgow already that we're going to make this the biggest litmus test for these COPs in Glasgow, and then we had to go to Sharm el-Sheikh. It was our power. It was our work. We pushed our governments. So we know there are victories that come off the back of our power. And the more powerful we are, the more we're united, the more we work together, we can make a difference, for sure. The governments here know this. The Secretariat of the UNFCCC knows this. The COP president knows this. And so the pressure is working. So it's going to be important for Brazil that you are organized, that the power of the social movements, the cooperation, that you unite, you build that unity with us at the international level, we go to Brazil with power. It makes a huge difference. Honestly, it makes a huge difference. And we can give many examples of where that makes a difference. Fighting for our rights in this space, for example, because they would like to keep us quiet, but we won't be quiet. So we fight for the rights, and we get it. We've just been negotiating with the Secretariat about our actions, our voice, our rights in this space. So that can only happen if we are working together. We have power behind what we're doing, and we can threaten them, actually. Yes, we can. But it's only because we have power. So it's very important for the Brazil COP. Don't just think about the inside, think about the outside. The last question. There have been many statements that have been made through this year. So one of the roles we do play, though, is engage with every COP president. Every COP president, we can disagree, but we engage. And we've been working very hard with this COP president to convince him to actually understand that we must have a just and equitable phase out of them. If you remember when he was first appointed, he was like, the fossil fuel industry, you know, they have to be at the table, their future, etc. And it was problematic, but we went to engage with him. And over time, you would have seen his rhetoric change. Rhetoric. So in Bonn, he started talking about the phase out is inevitable. And then his rhetoric changed. And then he goes back. And then he goes forward. This is the nature. It's not just this COP president. All of the countries that we're dealing with have a problem. When we were in Glasgow, we're sitting in a COP on climate. And what is the UK doing? They're expanding their fossil, they're issuing license. So yes, we're in a petro state, but when we were in the UK, the same problem. It's just not visible because they're supposedly a climate leader or something. But the problems exist everywhere. We need to build our power. We need to engage. We'll try the best to win it. We don't win it, we come to Brazil. We win it there. So yeah, we engage with him. Of course, his statements are problematic. Many COP presidents make really problematic statements. Doesn't mean we must give up the fight.
A conversa, quando ela é boa, ela passa rapidinho. Funcionando. Funcionou agora. A conversa, quando é boa, passa
When you
rapidinho.
have a good chat, it goes by really quickly. And now it's gone by even more quickly. Now we have a concert that needs to start. So I just wanted to thank Tasneem, thank you for being here. You're really a very inspirational person. We hear from Tasneem a lot in our plenary, in our meetings, and it was good to have her so that she could share with you that inspiration, which we have dealing with her on a daily basis. It's these people, these very special people who will be right alongside the Brazilian social movement, Brazilian society at COP30, but also on the path there. So thank you very much, Tasneem. You're a very special person. We like you a whole lot. Thank you very much for being here and for talking to us. And now, please do not leave. We're going to have this band, Extreme Events, and they're going to play for us. Are we going to have some music so that you can come in? How is it going to happen? Can they just come to the stage? Okay, so Cláudio Ângelo, Ricardo Baitello, JP, whoever's coming, please come up and get settled.
barulhento, mas nossa próxima. Tá aqui. Mas é só para um momento. Já? Eu acho que eles vão testar o som, né? Não vão? Aqui para ver se tá ok.
Som.
Ah. Yeah? Sure. A gente vai testar um pouquinho, rapidinho, né? Thank you. Took 1,000 generations for species to rise. Essa foi a passagem do som. Visão. A gente... Milongo. Então, a gente é uma... que gosta de falar em primeiro lugar. Estamos aqui, Cláudio e eu. 2/3 do evento Extremos original. Temos aí alegria de ter o JP, JPA in the house. O nosso baterista não quis vir para a Copa esse ano, então nós temos JPA, que tocou com a gente meia hora atrás, exatamente meia hora, vai dar tudo certo. Exatamente, e a gente gosta de falar, a gente vai falar mais do que tocar, porque a gente ensaiou poucas músicas. E qual é a primeira história? Quer falar do Andy Revkin?
A gente nunca tocou nessa configuração. Na verdade, a gente está sem o nosso baterista, a gente não ensaiou. E eu não toco violão. Eu sou contrabaixista, mas a gente não encontrou um contrabaixo para alugar em Dubai. A gente vai tocar uma música de um jornalista de ciência, que não é amigo nosso, é amigo do Gustavo. Do nosso batera.
Gustavo Faleiros.
Do Gustavo Faleiros.
Certamente está nos vendo agora, né?
Eu espero que sim. É uma música de um amigo dele chamado Andy Revkin, que é um jornalista de ciência bem das antigas e que é músico. E é isso aí. E ela se chama Liberated Carbon.
It took 1,000 generations for a species to rise, but gathering, hunting was no way to get by. We yearned to burn more than thinking sticks. Then someone came along and said, hey, try like this. He opened up the ground and showed us golden oil. Said, liberate some carbon, it will make your heart boil. Liberate carbon, it will spin your wheels. Liberated carbon, it will nuke your meals. Liberated carbon, it will turn your light today. Come on, liberate some carbon, baby, it's the American way. I've got Pete Swamp fossils running my TV. EP's Black Label burns in my SUV. We can light up the planet like a Christmas tree. They say things are getting hot, but hey, we've got AC. Liberated carbon, it will spin your wheels. Liberated carbon, it will nuke your meal. Liberated carbon, it will turn your lights today. Come on, liberate carbon, baby, it's the American way. From those elections and that gasoline, no sweat or hurry, just turn on the machine. Send an army to the desert to keep this country free. Liberate some carbon, baby, for you and me. Red carbon, spin your wheels. Liberated carbon, new your fears. Liberated carbon, turn your light to day. Liberate some carbon, baby. Liberate some carbon, baby. Liberate some carbon, baby. It's American. Olá, vamos lá. Obrigado. Agora a gente vai fazer só covers do Extreme, é por isso que a gente chama Extreme Events. É isso? Ninguém conhece Extreme, né? Vocês são jovens.
A próxima música é uma homenagem ao presidente da COP 28 e ao nosso ministro de Minas e Energia. Não, pode ficar isso. É isso aí.
All right, all right. Vamos lá. Eu começo, né?
Sim.
Isso. Eu acreditei no IPCC, preferi ouvir o Molião. Ontem choveu em casa, meu carro afundou, tô sem luz e a torneira secou, mas tá tudo ok, sou negacionista, sem rancor, meu coração, tudo bem. Negacionista, não insista em nenhum, não. Dei bem com a física. Ter churrascão. Pelo derretendo. Que contradição. Nunca foi tão fria essa nação. Sai PCC, negacionista, NDC, pro Azerbaijão, trama marxista, o ruralismo é o diapasão. Perder tempo a você no MP encontrei, mas tá tudo ok. Sou negacionista, sem rancor, meu coração. Negacionista, não insista em nenhum, não. Negacionista. 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 Molho. 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 É muito piada interna, né? Ok. Ah, e agora, vamos. Essa é uma música do Cláudio, você quer falar sobre ela? Ela é sempre relevante, né? Quando a gente.
Essa,
Greenwashing e procrastinação climática.
essa música foi. Ela não é minha, na verdade. A gente tem um processo de composição que é geralmente o Baitello dá uma ideia e eu desenvolvo as ideias do Baitello. E essa foi meio resultado de. Eu estou enrolando vocês porque eu estou afinando, tá?
Antes de afinar e falar.
Foi o resultado de. Eu acompanhei a plenária final de Glasgow. Eu, felizmente, não fui para aquela desgraça, mas eu acompanhei a plenária final, aquele momento em que a Índia veio dizer que não podemos ter essa linguagem aqui de phase-out de combustíveis fósseis. A gente está brigando aqui por phase-out de combustíveis fósseis. Quase houve um phase-out de fósseis em Glasgow. Não houve, e a Índia levou a culpa, mas, na verdade, foi tudo articulado entre Estados Unidos, Índia e China, os grandes emissores do planeta, e derrubaram a linguagem de fósseis na plenária final. E aí, depois, o Baitello já tinha dado a ideia, aí depois da plenária final de Glasgow, eu estava tão frustrado que eu acho que eu escrevi essa letra em, sei lá, 10 minutos depois da plenária. A música vocês vão reconhecer.
E era para ter acontecido antes, né? Uma outra música que ainda não aconteceu, que tem só o título, né? Muitas vezes a gente tem o título e demora anos, que é aquela outra, né? Eu me apaixonei por uma mina do anexo 1, né? Que futuramente vai ter.
Um dia.
Você começa?
Eu posso começar.
Quando estive aqui, não deu nem para almoçar. Lembrei de Copenhague. Quis até chorar. Aqui só faz frio. E o rango é um horror. Fui parar em Glasgow. Nem deu pra ver Glasgow. A cópia é green. A cópia é amigo. O que eu tô fazendo aqui? Com Anatone. O Valo quer controle. Austrália só diz não. O Jaber te engana. O Kerry é um cuzão. A Europa não conta. Onde o dinheiro está. Fui parar em Glasgow. Eu não curti Glasgow. Cópia é cringe. A cópia é amigo. O que eu estou fazendo aqui? com Márcia Astrini. Vem outra mundo que vem. Não quis entrar do bar. Só peguei chuva e a fila é um horror. Aqui também. Fui parar em Glasgow. Eu detestei Glasgow. A cópia é cringe. A cópia é mico. O que eu tô fazendo aqui? Com o Baitelo. Com Cláudio Ângelo. 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 Obrigado, obrigado. Bem. Muito bem. Agora, Fled, é isso?
Isso.
A gente tem
Essa.
umas músicas meio calmas, porque a gente não é acústico, então que bom que vocês estão aguentando com a gente.
A Suzana Kahn ia cantar com a gente aqui hoje, ela não pôde estar na Copa. Foi aniversário dela. A Suzana, aliás, tinha uma banda climática, só com pesquisadores do grupo 3 do IPCC. A banda chamava The Potentials. I'm not making this up. Existia mesmo.
E a gente se inspirou, né? Acho que é uma história antiga, né? Eu e o Gustavo, a gente queria ter uma banda e o Gustavo falou, ó, tem o Cláudio aqui e tal. E é isso, né?
É isso.
E a gente faz músicas próprias também. Tem algumas que gerariam um desconforto, né? Então a gente está optando por não tocar elas aqui, como mais uma manobra aviltante do capitalismo. Mas quem quiser ver Eventos Extremos Bandcamp, tem coisas lá sobre o governo atual, sobre o governo anterior também. Prestigiem, Eventos Extremos Bandcamp.
Bom, agora é a história, que também é uma música resultante de frustração com a COP26. E, na verdade, é uma canção de amor, mas não é exatamente uma canção de amor. A canção de amor como seria se o amor seguisse as regras da Convenção do Clima da ONU.
Hey, girl, hear my pledge of the highest ambition towards you. I pledge to go net zero on that wine and beer. Quit smoking dope in a decade or two. Hey, girl, give the means. Implement my feelings towards you. I'll face down other people in my life. Be faithful, give or take a night or two. This crisis we are living leaves me blue. You know we have the answer at our door. Our organize a contact group with you. Ooh, ooh. and I will toss your brackets on the floor. Yeah. Hey, girl, strike the deal. Pledge to change weather to please you. Shall offset each misstep with a kiss and find the job in a decade or two. No, I'm out of credits in your heart, but I'll be lost and damaged if you go. I pledge to meet my targets from the start, but let me start within 10 years or so. Let me start within 10 years or so. Hey, let me start within 10 years or so. Obrigado. É isso, é isso. Estamos quase lá. Estamos quase lá. Tem mais uma. Essa é bem experimental. A gente nunca tocou essa música na vida. Essa é uma das versões, né? A gente tem no YouTube, a gente nunca foi processado, nunca derrubaram os vídeos, felizmente. A gente gosta muito de Lou Reed, então vamos nessa, né? Isso é muito triste, né? Vamos. Três, dois, um. Chora e PCC, ninguém te deu razão. Queimamos o carvão e deu ruim. Chora e PCC, tem planeta B. Ninguém ouviu você e deu ruim. O ASA e PCC, o lobby fóssil ganhou. Nós vamos ferver, você bem que avisou. Você bem que avisou. Chora e PCC, turma não captou de ser conservador e deu ruim. Chora e PCC, e sirva de lição. Você virou o rodapé do acordão. Então sofre PCC, o tempo já acabou. Vamos nos fuder, você bem que avisou. Você bem que avisou. Seja feliz no ABC. Seja feliz no ar. Seja feliz no ar. Seja feliz no ar. Obrigado. É isso, gente. Obrigado, JP. Obrigado, Espaço Brasileiro, Apex, Márcio Astrini, OC, Technical Crew. You are awesome. Thanks a lot. Amazing sound. É isso aí, gente. É isso.
Edu,
É
cadê o
isso.
Edu?
E Eduardo Carvalho, o homem que move montanhas.
Edu não teve nem coragem de ficar.
Tá super relaxado, nem precisa mais. Enfim. Vamos ler. É isso, né?
Ah, é, na plenária de encerramento. Brincadeira.
Pode ser, ou pode ser que não, que a gente faça um show clandestino em algum lugar da COP, mas aí, enfim, se vocês quiserem saber, pergunte-nos como.
Tá entre colchetes esse pedaço. Né?
There's time for one more? There's time for one more. Okay. There is, all right. There's time for one more.
Patrícia. História PCC de novo, em
A gente
inglês.
vai fazer o seguinte, a gente vai tocar a mesma música, mas não é a mesma música. É, a gente quer passar mensagem, então a gente fez essa música em inglês também. Let's go. É uma música, né, desanimada, né? É uma música batida, né? Tão abatida quanto as emissões dos combustíveis fósseis na conferência, né? Vamos lá. I can see they all like your face. We screw the only place we call home. For IPCC, there's no planet B. We can only watch the sea in our home. Oh, too late, IPCC, fossil denial as one. As for you and me, we must keep hanging on. We must keep hanging on. For IPCC, it will miss the lofty goal. We just burned all that coal. It looked fun. For IPCC, you've never explained yourself. I wish you were somewhere else, somewhere. Oh, we're doomed, IPCC. Science could never have won. As for you and me, we must keep hanging on. We must keep hanging on. Valeu, Márcio Stream. Valeu, gente. Thanks a lot, everyone. That was Extreme Events. Check us out on Bandcamp. Eventos Extremos. Agora é isso. Qual é o próximo painel?
Todo mundo para a sala do GST agora. Grupo de contato no Meeting Room number 6.
Vão dormir, gente. Não estão cansados.